Kernel panic on your Mac? Interesting. And hey, what's up, Lithium? How you doing? Yeah, I meant to ask you the other day. Oh, you haven't eaten lunch yet. Yeah, Lithium, the AI chatbot thing you were building. Is that for like Theo's chat for like the hackathon? Or was that just some other thing you were building for your workplace? Oh, fun. That's cool. Yeah, I'm building like a custom one for work as well. It's a hackathon at work. Nice. Yeah, the one I'm doing is convince your boss to pay for GitKraken. And it's a bot that is, you know, kind of like a curmudgeonly dev. So you got to convince him it's worth it. I don't know. It's not something official, but I think it's kind of like, I don't know, fun. But yeah, that's cool. All right, so we launched up to YouTube. Let me pop out the chat. What's up, Blaze? Hey, been a little while. Got to run to a meeting? Yeah, no worries, Lithium. And get some lunch. Okay, we are live on YouTube. I got the chat popped out. And let's go over what we're going to be working on today. We're going to be working on more Messijo. You're on reporting. Does that mean you're on call, Blazebits? So you're procrastinating on Twitch? And what's up, Mr. Pamper Carrot? Oh, doing a pen test report. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. It's like last week or the week before, you were like doing like heavy like testing and all that stuff, and now you're just drafting like the documentation for it. Okay. Is that something that you can automate pretty easily with like some LLM junk? So Vivarian, doing enterprise apps at work for like 15 years. Just tried out Clerk for auth for a new software as a service, and you got to say noise or noise, depending. Yeah, it seems nice. I'm not a big fan of Clerk's idea of everything living there. Like, I'm curious how the permission system works. I don't want to have to go out to Clerk to check permissions every single time. So then if they're encoding that into the JWT, then what about stale permissions? How do you fix that? I have a lot of questions. Right, like a round trip over the internet for every request doesn't sound ideal. Okay, so you're still owning your own data. I think that makes a lot more sense. Like you're still using them and they're still doing a lot of it, but then you've got it internally. I'm not saying I'm anti-clerk. It's just OAuth itself is easy. Managing users in a database is kind of easy. Yeah, building your own like multi-organization user setup. Sure, it takes time. I feel like once you've done it a few times though, you've kind of got it. It just becomes boilerplate as part of like your standard database schema. Adding it after the fact is a pain in the ass. So like every app should probably have multi-org as part of its like initial MVP because adding it later sucks. So yeah, no, I get that. It does seem cool. Yeah, I'm not like anti. I just it's very similar to like upload thing. Sure, you could probably be up and running with upload thing in 15 minutes. If you've done AWS S3 uploads before, right? Pre-signed post, pre-signed URL, it'll take you maybe an hour or two. If it's your first time, it'll take you a while. So again, like I see value in these things. I don't see value in it for myself most of the time. That's all. And like OAuth is pretty easy. Like OAuth is really easy. Like the biggest hassle is creating an application on the provider and juggling those like keys. And that's just more like rigmarole than effort though. But okay, let's switch to the right scene. How's my hair looking? I should get the wings going better, right? The wings are more fun, right? I shampooed today. I should reap the benefit of the wings. I got a fucking something on my nose. It's not like a full-on like pimple, but it's definitely like some kind of blocked pore or something. No, no, it's actually bad for your hair to shampoo every day. It strips it of its necessary oils. Your head shouldn't get that stinky. No, like every other day with shampoo makes sense. Do make sure that you're like washing behind your ears when you're doing like your facial scrub and all that. That's a big one. I think that's the one that most people actually have a biggest problem with. After exercising, a rinse is probably fine. You'd have to exercise for that to be a problem. Shit. Maybe that's why I'm feeling so thick. Yeah, or like the clogged duct right behind your earlobe here. That one, that's one I've gotten a lot. In general, I notice it just if I go to like scratch my ear and then I randomly like end up smelling my finger somehow. Like go to like wipe your nose and you're like, what was that? I think it's something that's gotten worse as I've gotten older. Yeah, it's weird. It's like just the bits in the crevice behind the ear there at the top. It gets really bad. So yeah, I've had to get better about scrubbing that. Anyway, that's a little gross for what we're trying to do today. Let's talk about what our plans are and then get into it. So, what you might see already is that we've got red 3200, unread 3200. Array of Hope. It's called intermittent fasting, but you can eat a lot of calories in that one meal. Like some of the meals I've eaten are easily like 1,500 calories in and of themselves. There are days where I do less. I make sure to get a multivitamin on those days. Sir Elfman, there's definitely there's like an idea of, oh, what was it called? Like rabbit starvation. So why you can die even on a full stomach of lean meat. So a lot of like game meat is a little too lean, so it doesn't have the fat content that your body needs to survive. But it's basically called protein poisoning. So it's when you eat too much protein without enough fat or carbohydrates. Your stomach will be full, but your body will be malnourished. Yeah, your body needs fat, your body needs carbs. It's the amount in which you do it that gets people. That's not political at all, Zachary. That is just a human condition. Most people hate Docker some days. Take it easy. We don't like the whole X versus Y stuff. Say a specific thing you dislike about it, but saying you hate the whole language, that's weird. Is it the lack of type safety? That could be part of it. Do you find meta tables confusing? Okay, I could see that. Undebuggable? Bullshit. Just sprinkle some log statements in there. Syntax is ugly? I mean, that's something no one can argue. The no type safety, there are ways to get around that. You can actually compile TypeScript to Lua. You might consider some of that. But the tables thing is actually powerful. And it's slow? That sounds like user error. Lua can be extremely fast. That's why games use it for scripting. Is there a typed Lua? Maybe it's like its own language. Like this, sure. Yeah, Sir Elfman, that's not something that's worth arguing. Who cares? That's just your opinion, man. Try not to argue things that are opinion based, because there is no right or wrong. Lack of type safety. That's something that is just a fact. What syntax you prefer, though, that's bullshit. It's whatever you want compared to what other people want. That's not a fun conversation. We're going to stay away from that shit. That's your last warning about it. You're getting into X versus Y bullshit. We don't want that here. That's one of the number one rules. Yeah, you'd think a regular would know better. But, yeah, maybe not. It does say account created April 15th. I feel like you had another account at one point. But maybe not. Maybe I'm mixing that up. Oh yeah, it was Mr. Elfman. And yeah, that account's way older. So, yes, Sir Elfman, you know the rule. I shouldn't have to warn you. Technical criticisms only. Feely criticisms, no. Comparing it to other languages, no. I know, exactly, Todd. You've seen Tej defining types a la JS in Lua? Yeah, so there's Luau, Terralang, Teal, and TypeScript to Lua are ways that you can do that. Luau? Who made Luau? Was that Roblox? Okay. Yes, the problem might be that you can't use Luau in some cases, right? Unless it goes through a compiler and outputs pure Lua 5.1, which is possible. There's Terra, which seems kind of interesting. Yeah, what's up, Todd? How you doing? I posted how amazing the weather is here in Washington last week, and then someone from GetCracken posted Arizona weather, and like every single day is above 110. So yeah, makes sense why you're here, like hanging out instead of out and about. All right, Teal, a typed dialect of Lua. Okay. So does this compile to like proper Lua? I think that would be the key. It compiles Teal into Lua. Yes, this would be valid. Yeah, this could be really cool. And then, yeah, TypeScript to Lua totally works. I would agree that some of these compile to Lua languages might be a little harder to debug. But yeah, Sir Elfman, if you're complaining about the lack of a like proper debugger, sure, that's a technical constraint. But log-based debugging totally works. And it's probably something that you should be decent at anyway, because that's how telemetry works. Yeah. So Zachrip, the company I work for, is in Scottsdale. All right, so getting back to the bug that we want to try and tackle, For some reason, when we get to a certain level or a certain amount, the unread and the red become the same value, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Code spent, you used to live in Scottsdale? Okay. Did you actually? Because it sounds like you die in Scottsdale. Like going door to door carrying a vacuum around. There you go. Yeah. That would be a hard one. Well, probably better to try and sell ice there than selling it in a place where there's lots of ice. Oh, you sold Kirby's. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We actually used to have a Kirby in my family at one point. Yeah, I feel like you still need one to like demo. They never taught you how to use it. Yeah, 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 exactly. Because yeah, you still got to like show people how to use it. The motor is really nice. Like, there's a lot of really nice features of the Kirby, but they are overpriced. But yeah, let me get more music going. So yeah, here's the thing though, right? The red unread values are fine elsewhere. These values suck. What's the deal? Yeah. So it's actually correct for some of these and then incorrect for others. Hmm. They I don't think they do Raisin Ghost, but that's actually kind of funny. Is there? Is that actually part of it? Is that part of the lore? All right, so it's got to be something related to this. Hey, there you go. Okay, so it wasn't related. Okay. Dog the Bounty Hunter also sold Kirby vacuums? That sounds about right. That sounds about right. So this is the query that is breaking for us. Can't mistake that guy because of the hair. I don't know. I feel like he has a lot of lookalikes. So yeah, I'm just gonna ask, I don't know, Gemini 2.5 Flash about this. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, Todd, you ever watch that show Loudermilk? It's kind of a fun show. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good writing, you know? Oh, did you see that in there? Yeah, when devs cry. Yeah. Okay, so it's a left join issue. Interesting. Easy money at 19, though. There you go. Man, that's funny. You're waiting for the next season of The Bear and Shorzy. Oh, I think Shorzy's ending, isn't it? I wasn't sure they were getting another season. Okay, so I do want distinct. All right. Okay, and then probably distinct like that. Yeah, I haven't run into that. This is one of the most complicated SQL queries I've had to do in a while. Oh, that broke everything. 500 said panda. All right, so it doesn't actually work. I really wish this would show the error where it's actually happening. So distinct is not a valid query expression. I don't like subqueries. We might have to do it. I may have to interpolate a value. Oof. So I got to do a fragment. Okay. Yeah, it really is. Better than doing N+1 queries, though. Okay, so that compiled. And there we go. Yeah, that was totally it. Stuff was being duplicated. Like a bunch. It was the red times the unread. We were seeing 32,000 in there. So yeah, perfect. All right, there we go. See, LLMs aren't the worst. Good job. What was that? T3 chat, but which model? Gemini Flash. Good job, Gemini Flash. I missed a follow. Nil, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, we solved that bug. All right, so one thing, our OpenAPI YAML doesn't seem to be correct. You're getting into some wild LLM territories at work. You're 80% sure your data engineers are potentially hallucinating worse than the LLMs based on what they want to achieve. That sounds pretty accurate. Yeah, they're really concentrating on those higher order data sets. All right. I want to fix the OpenAPI YAML problem first. So something is up. Here in keyword controller, list keywords response is the one we're looking at. Right? Keyword response is the next one. Read events, unread events. Could it just be the TS server? Now, how do I clear the entire list? Let's just start it over from scratch. All right, and then let's look at the internals of that package and see what's up. I think that's it. Because, yeah, SDK isn't getting copied over there. Let me close that then. Because I do need to be able to look at it. Yep, and I see. All right, let me drag this over so you can see it. Yeah, so we're seeing modifications. We're seeing stuff get created. Not sure all that's necessary. Actually, don't think it was. Because I'm not using any of that. If we look at the package JSON, right, to get this deployed out, we had to do this build step. And then we have to do our imports from that. So that means every time that we want to update our types, we have to run this. And this is brittle. Is there a way to force Vite to do that in the server config? Hmm. Okay, so yeah, we can do this here too. Hmm. This is becoming a hack. I just want to not have to think about this. I want it to be automatic. But it's becoming a bit of a Rube Goldberg machine. I think I'm okay with it. Because I should be able to escape the directory just fine. Um, yeah, so basically I wanted to leverage Elixir's like Beam VM and like auto scaling functionality. So when I'm parsing messages from Blue Sky, I want to be able to like fan out to any core on any system. Because I don't care about real time. I just want each message to be hit. And I wanted to do so without needing a message queue in between. So theoretically, as I need to scale, I just add another node to the cluster, and the Beam VM farms that out for me. Yep. Yeah, because everything is just message passing. So as it passes a message from process to process, it doesn't care where that process is. It could be on another machine across the internet. It could be on another local process. It doesn't care. That's the goal. Nope. True OOP? I don't know about that because Elixir is definitely a functional language. Like you can't modify things in place. So yeah, this should theoretically work. Okay, so then I should be able to tell Veet, because that was creating a loop. Is there an ignore? Mm. I'm going to split these commands up. Okay, and that seems to be an issue in our backend, in our build SDK function. Can I make it do types only? So it doesn't seem to me. All right, I don't want to generate the client. I just want to generate the types. Hmm. Okay, so let's go to types. Here we go. Hey, Anuno, how you doing? So you were live with Jeffrey Way, creator of Laracasts. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I didn't, for some reason, I thought Laracasts was like part of Laravel. But yeah, no, the fact that it's independent is pretty cool. I remember them being highly recommended back in the day when I did more PHP. Back in that day, I was doing a lot more Symfony than Laravel, but you know, Laravel uses it, so whatever. And yeah, what up, Ernestinance? How you doing? What you up to? Yeah, welcome everyone. Let me do a quick recap of what we're building. I am building a way to listen for events on Blue Sky currently. I want to add Lobsters, Hacker News, and Reddit eventually. But this is something where brands could listen for their product getting mentioned without someone maybe tagging them. And, in the process, respond via social media. That's like the theory. So the app looks a little bit like this, but we need to get it launched back up. I'm just in the middle of recreating like my TypeScript types, and that's why we're looking at the library I'm using to see if there's a way to configure it to only output types, because I don't care about generating a client. Lobster support, exactly. If you guys aren't familiar with lobsters, it's basically like a Hacker News kind of clone, but external. Ooh, yep. Another article by Nolan Lawson. He's always great. I know, it's such a solid domain name. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty good. It ends up being about as good as Hacker News, but Hacker News has usually better, like larger conversations. But yeah, it's pretty nice. And what's up, Proton? How you doing? Cool. So yeah, welcome everyone. Yeah, this is a stream in which we don't engage in X versus Y wars about languages, but you're more than welcome to shout out a technical thing you like. We don't want to get into arguments about syntax because that's very, subjective. If you can have an objective comment about a language, there's value to that. So earlier, someone was complaining about Lua. They had some valid complaints, but then they also had a couple less valid ones, right? Things that are just pure opinion, right? We can have good conversations as long as we don't try to compare languages to each other, and as long as we are talking about specific features we like or dislike. Try and keep it technical. It's a better conversation that way. We actually learn something. I have not used Claude Code yet. I've used Claude Desktop before. For what though? I'm not a big fan of the agentic, like let Cursor or Claude Code take the wheel type stuff. I'm good on that. I use Super Maven for auto completion. I'll ask an LLM when I have a question. I'll use Cursor for building bash scripts that I don't want to write. Stuff like that. I am not on the vibe code train for anything significant. So here's what I could do. I could fix my script by changing what we want to copy over. No, it's just right here. Oh, you're saying maybe I lost the mustache. Yeah, I shaved the mustache. Maybe Francois. I don't know. Claude Code does seem to me to be closer to vibe coding than auto completion. So if I do that, think that'll actually fix it, so we don't need to change too much. But we're still in a loop. Dev, 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 dev. What is going on there? Yeah. Dev, 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 dev. Yeah. So the part I'm on right now is I have my backend written in Elixir, and I want to generate TypeScript types from that backend. Most of that is pretty straightforward. And I can do a lot of that by doing something like this. This block allows me to define some of the other things below. So then we go to like, this spot, and this is where we define the schema comprised of other schemas. And then this helps us generate our OpenAPI SDK. Really, all I care about is the types over here in my front end. But yeah, real quick, hold on. Let me catch up on some of the chat. We'll snooze the current ad. And yeah, Proton Fig, what were you up to? And everyone coming from a Nuno stream, how did the interview go? Was there anything cool you learned about Laracasts that you didn't know? Or, maybe you didn't even know about Laracasts? It's possible. I'm just curious. All right, so hold on. Let me catch up on some of these comments. You recommend with Tmux, you have 8 of them open on different feature branches. You have the max plan. Paying $100 a month for an LLM still seems crazy. Sure. So, Bozo, I'd be curious about that because Git manages that at the file system. Like what branch you're on. So are you creating work trees? Or do you have a clone for every one of your agents that you got going? I think work trees would be really good. Problem with work trees is just simply like the moment you have a dependency on like a database or something. Or, like other things that then are not concurrent either. Different features then rebase them, which is an issue. Yeah, I guess I just don't understand why you're working that concurrently, though. Like, is it necessary to be that concurrent? It sounds like more headache than it's worth. But I guess it depends on how long it takes to run. I know people do it. Yeah. So you have small ideas, see if it looks good, or bin. Okay. So this isn't for like work. This is like side project stuff. And it seems to me like you're mainly doing it for front-end stuff. All right, so then GD Dario. The interview went well. Jeffrey speaks very clearly and answered many questions about Laracast. Cool. You learned that Laracast has no GUI, only artisan commands, processing scripts for publishing on Vimeo. Interesting. Okay, so you're saying for their like publishing pipeline, right? Because they have a GUI that you consume it in, right? But when they want to publish a video, it's just artisan commands and a processing script. That is cool. Because, yeah, like it's basically the same APIs you'd be hitting from some kind of GUI. You know? And if all of your instructors are Laravel enthusiasts, they know how to use Artisan. That's kind of cool. And Vimeo has the whole, private video aspect and all that stuff. So gating that content is pretty easy. Yeah, very curious. How's the Blue Sky Word stuff? It's good. We're just dealing with some type issues. I could lock down the version of Hey APIs, Open API TS, like client generator stuff, because I don't need the clients they're generating. But Chakidar is seeing changes to the whole thing when instead, hold on. Something still seems off here. The music just stopped. Take it easy, Messijo. When I'm in the middle of a thought, the no music comments are not welcome. Yeah, no worries, Todd Coates. Right, especially when it ended within the past 30 seconds, dude. Like, come on, Messijo. Yeah, I'm curious why concurrently is doing this. So yeah, the concurrently docs might have something we could look at too. They are d.ts files. What I'm trying to do is copy them from the SDK folder over here into this folder here. Oh, they are just regular TS files, but they're basically just types. So DTS versus TS doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Not if we want to fix it the right way. No, I could just run the pre-build command manually, but that gets annoying. I gotta stop and restart the server every time. We should be able to automate this. Hmm. This is not my job. I would say it's more than a hobby, though. My job is I work as a developer advocate for GitKraken. This guy has a thriving web app market. I don't know if I would say it's thriving, but there are apps. Sure. Oh, maybe you're asking. No, so Blue Sky isn't the only thing. It's just what we're building on right now. It has enough users that as a brand, you shouldn't be ignoring it. The market isn't Blue Sky. The market is brands. Whether they're even on Blue Sky doesn't matter. They still want to listen for events on Blue Sky. The simplest approach would be to just stop the server and rerun the command. All right, so yeah, we're gonna move dev back to Vite, and we can do this at a different time, right? Because I still have to stop the backend to rebuild that SDK, at least for the time being. So when that SDK gets rebuilt and copied to that folder, I can also just copy it over to the other one. I think that's the right move. I do still want to have a pre-build, though. But I'm no longer going to use... Oh, wait, could I do concurrently that way? Let me try that real quick. That's the wrong folder. We'll do it in here. So that ends up working. Okay. So then, yes, we'll leave concurrently. We don't need Chakadar as a dependency. And then if we go to the back end here, let's find our script that builds the SDK. We remove the current thing there. We move this over. We change the working directory to and we could even scope it to just pre-build SDK. Sure. So now, let's get the servers back up. All right, we start dev for all of them. We see that there, and then if we move over to here and we run build SDK, we should see that should have toggled a rebuild, but Vite's not necessarily going to show that to us. So what's a good way we could test it? All right, so this place where we had unread event, I'm going to rename unread events in our backend types and then trigger a rebuild and see if that causes us an error in our editor. I don't think we necessarily need it. Yeah, it technically didn't even need to really restart the Vite server because we just need it in editor. But let's try this. So if we do this and we say red events foo and hit save, and we head back here, rebuild the SDK. I may need to restart the TS server still. That does not seem to have done everything we wanted. Oh, CWD command not found. What's the way to change the directory without changing it here? Is it push D, pop D? Oh. Oh, I like that. Okay. Nice. I like that. I have not used those before. Yeah, LLMs are where I tend to reach for bash scripts are where I reach for LLM stuff. So yeah, good catch. That is a good idea. So then in our script, interesting that our shell scripting doesn't work. Do I have to do it as a function? Yeah, looks like it should work. It's just not syntax highlighting. Okay. And yeah, that error should have warned me. So now over here we see that nope, it's not red event. It would be red events. Boo. Okay, cool. So that works. We get the type safety we wanted out of it. So then we go back and fix it. And then it's just part of our build script. I'm okay with that. I think that solves the problem just fine. I just didn't want to have to run a script in both places because I'm going to forget the second place. All right, so yeah, front end's running. This is Mix Phoenix Server. And then if we refresh, this is what the app looks like so far. We're working on it still, so it's not perfect. So the idea is, looking for the word get Kraken. Who mentioned get Kraken? Well, it turns out get Kraken mentioned get Kraken. So we probably want users to be able to ignore certain accounts or something, right? That'll be a different feature, and I'm not certain that's the one we need to work on right now. I find it interesting that that's being truncated. So it is the full thing. Oh, that's fun. Hey. No, the squid looks good. Yeah, that's really good. Okay, so yeah, the truncation is something that Blue Sky is doing as part of their description. There's not much I can do about that. Maybe there's a different field I could use to get to that. DiDev. I mean, literally, it's just a stack. So it's less of allocating memory and it's more of just like a DIRS stack. That's easy enough to understand. You can think of it more like navigation history in your browser. Right? Like a push onto the history stack and then a back off of it. All right. So yeah, that's the basic idea. And this is one that we probably at least want to show, but hold on. Am I logged into Blue Sky here? I am. Who reposted? Them? Okay. right? So that's like the entire like use case. Boom. We don't have anybody at the company who's watching all of this, and they didn't tag the brand in any way, but they did use, I guess these are just the hashtags. They did hashtag us, right? So could we end up watching for this? And technically, Get Kraken is different from Get Lens. It's the same company, but he might not immediately think to tag Get Kraken when he's tagging Get Lens. So, boom, this is like the absolute number one use case for what I'm talking about for why I think Messijo has value. At our company, no one saw this, no one was aware, but we saw it. So I'm basically building to solve a problem that I have at work that I think every brand has. And could I make, I don't know, like $1,000 or $2,000 a month off enough brands opting into something like this? Probably. Is it going to be like a unicorn business? No. But for everyone joining, the idea is that this is actually an application I'm using to dog food another app I'm building. Currently only Blue Sky. We're going to then move it and let it do lobsters, which I think would be pretty easy. In fact, I'd probably try and help them get up onto the ATProto. Hacker News we could do. Theoretically, even Reddit, right? Reddit would be basically just some RSS feeds. So you might, like, for Reddit, you'd select certain subreddits you want to listen to, things like that. I think that could then be valuable. X, no. X charges, have you seen how much X charges for their API? Only way we would ever consider using X API access. Hold on, where's their pricing? 3,000 posts a month. Right? Okay, here's our read limit. 10,000 posts a month to read for $200 a month. Right? We know we'd have to go above that, so we'd be paying them $5,000 a month. So I'd need to be making 20 to justify this at all. No, this is something Elon did. This is purely Elon's doing. Elon killed a bunch of businesses, right? So yeah, I'm not going to target X until they have a sane API tier or until I'm making enough money. Reddit is expensive too? No, Reddit's just RSS feeds. Right? Like you can go just reddit.com slash, let's just say JavaScript, or it's /r/JavaScript. And I think it's just .json. No, hold on. I could look it up. Yeah, he gives us too many reasons. Something like that, maybe? No. I just typed it wrong. Okay, so Reddit RSS. Okay, so yes, there it is. So it would be something like reddit.com/r/juggling/new.rss. And that gives you just the fire hose of RSS data. But I think you can even do .json. Yeah. So that was it. It would be new, comments, etc. And, you know, then I'd just listen to those JSON feeds on an interval. Would it be some work? Yes. I don't know. But yeah, this part would be cheap and easy. Well, not cheap and easy, but cheaper than paying for Reddit API access. Yeah. Yeah, I think RSS is not part of this, but then other stuff would be. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe not. So yeah, Reddit might be an edge case as well that we consider or don't. See, this seems like it applies just to Devit. Right? Like the developer platform. I don't think RSS is counted as part of that. But I don't know for sure. I'd have to look it up. I would say the fact that it's completely anonymous, you don't need to be logged in to fetch RSS feeds. Well, hold on. Is it? Because I just realized I'm logged in. Yeah, the fact that you don't have to be logged in to access the RSS, I think, opens it up a bit. So yeah. Okay. So let's get back to doing what we're doing. That album just ended. So let's get another one going. Right, Messijo? Let me commit what we've done so far. All right, fix. Update dashboard SDK files when building SDK, and fix left join count issues in keywords list. Let's just push it up. I feel like it's been a while since we did that anyway. Let's look at the dashboard here. All right. This should clear out one dependency we're no longer needing. Oh, and did we come up with a logo? We did. Yeah, we have a logo. So we'll add the logo in a second commit. But yeah, let's do package JSON. And we'll squeeze the ESLint in there. What's up, Gordazzo? How you doing? All right, some light improvements to DevX and littering and read/unread events on keywords page. Oh no. Yeah, I call you DiDev, not not DevX. But yeah, that's a good point. You do have it right there in your name. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, what's everyone up to? Y'all enjoying your Monday? Got any fun plans for the summer? Anything for the weekend, etc.? Anyone do anything for Juneteenth or anything like that? We are less than 2 weeks away from my birthday. I need to maybe request that day off. You're reading up for your final exam for a master's in software engineering, and it's your birthday this week. Well, happy birthday, Bearmax. Yeah. I can't remember if I'm on like the edge. Does that make you a Cancer as well? No offense. I don't think about much of the. It makes you a Gemini. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so I'm on like the edge of like Gemini to Cancer. Well, yeah, happy birthday. Gordazzo, software engineering is cooked. Bullshit. Bullshit. The invention of the calculator totally killed accounting, didn't it? Totally. There's no such thing as accountants anymore. Yeah, horses totally don't exist anymore. Why use a hammer when you got a nail gun? Totally. No single contractor ever uses a hammer anymore. I'm calling bullshit on that, Gordazzo. Anyone saying that doesn't do significant software dev. None of these tools can maintain the context of a real code base. No, DiDev, the logic does hold true. Before the invention of the calculator, a few big companies had giant accounting departments. Most of those people were glorified bookkeepers. They were the ones that tabulated results. Those people lost those specific jobs, but you know what happened? More accountants had jobs, right? There's more accountants than there ever has been, because now every company can afford to have an accountant. Every company can afford to have an accounting department. So it means that the amount of jobs has actually increased more than the ones that were lost. Yes, the boilerplate of calculating is gone, but accounting is more than just calculation. Same thing with software dev. But I really do challenge you, Gordazzo. Show me a code base that was totally fucking vibe coded. You know? It's gonna suck. So someone still has to be in the loop. We also need people to absorb liability. Because your boss doesn't want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sick of your comments, Gordazzo. And I'm calling bullshit, man. I'm calling bullshit on it. One dude can only read so much. And you have to read the output of the AI, or you're going to have a bunch of bullshit code. There you go. I mean, so Bearmax, it can go fetch stuff, right? And that's the whole point of RAG and MCP and all that. I don't know if that's a good argument. Yeah, exactly, DiDev. He's just like all the other fanboys. There's like a sliver of value to what they're saying, but then they're just too gung-ho. I bet Gordazzo was an NFT fanboy a couple years ago. I bet he was shilling some fucking meme coin. Beat Connect! right? Is there value with Bitcoin? Sure. But not to the level all the crypto bros have pushed all the other bullshit. It's just a lot of people talking about things they don't know anything about. Why paint when Midjourney exists? Right? That's basically their rhetoric. Why play guitar when there's a synthesizer you can use? Because the world needs artisans. The world needs people who care about their craft. All right. So let's get back to what we're building. See, this is why I think you're just a troll, Gordazzo. Because you'll come in and drop some inflammatory bullshit and then not actually listen to the conversation you started. You're just trying to drum shit up. I think you're literally a troll. You're just trolling. There are people who are troll-like. I think you are literally trolling just to fucking rile people up. Just like with the political bullshit you pulled in here the other day. I'll give you just a minute for a rebuttal. But we don't have to put up with it. You can go troll somewhere else. And what's up, Justice? How you doing? It just listens to a WebSocket, because that's all the Firehose really is. All right, so we do need to bring things back up. Oh, not PNPM. Mix. Interesting. Is this just spam? It's the same account, right? Yeah, so that's just some spam. All right, so the part that we want to work on next I need to actually start tracking what our plans are. Oh, and all right, hold on. So this is where we left off the other day. Not the other day, but a few weeks ago. This part we'll leave for the future, but we've also got our linear board. So yeah, this is the part where we probably want to start wiring up the sending of emails. Yeah, I think this is the part we got to do next. What's up, ACO? I always forget that we have an emote for that. All right. Yeah, email stuff. We're currently using Resend. I wish Resend allowed us to store the templates in the cloud. So yeah, we left off looking at Mustache EX, which is Mustache for Elixir, and that's how we're going to interpolate our data into the templates. Now, if we go look at this, we got marketing there, we got transactional here. We should actually rename transactional real quick. Keep it consistent. All right, so then localhost 3000 is where this thing lives. That's where our email templates will be previewable. Wait, no, that didn't copy? Oh, weird. All right, so I probably want to bold those a bit. Oh, and someone asked about the styling. Sorry, I forgot that part. Yes, this is Neo-Brutalism. This is using the Neo-Brutalism Shad CN library. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Exactly. All right, so this ends up generating a bunch of junk. But we do see that the interpolated stuff is in there. So yeah, all right. What that means is our backend needs to take in the generated HTML files. Where are we putting that in here? Right? I think we put it in. It should be priv static something. It's not the test stuff. Yeah, so what we want to do is maybe create another bash script. Where should that bash script live? Should it live over in our transactional package? And then when we change things there, it's up to it to push them into the back end? Or should the back end be pulling it from that repo? This is where I do kind of wish these things were a bit of a monorepo. Yeah, no, it's just how we got to do it. Yes, so we'll create a. Oh, hold on, that's the marketing. And we probably don't need the marketing as its own thing. So then, yeah, here in transactional, it'll be a push. We'll call it build templates. And yeah, we need to do the crunch bang. Right? So here, bam. That was AI nailing it for something very small. But it works. Now, I think it's slightly off because we're going to run email export here. But all that boilerplate, nice and easy. It's not going to be out/templates, though. And nope, we're not doing that. In fact, yeah, no, none of that's actually right. So there we go. AI hallucinated that whole thing. Oh my god, it's totally going to take my job. No. All right, so then we do an export here. Now we want to do a copy. All right, so then out/star.html. I don't think we actually need the R because it's not going to go nested. And this part's a little gross that we have to do that much, but oh well. So then we go out to there, and then it's, what is the name of the back end? It's just API. So then this is the part where I need to familiarize myself with how Elixir wants to load static files. I think we go into API/priv/static. And then here we can do email. Something like that. I do think we need to make sure that path is there. And I think it's something I do want to actually like commit. Yes. chmod plus x build templates. All right, it compiled. It theoretically copied them. Did it actually do so? It did. All right, cool. I rarely write bash scripts first try like that, even though it's a simple one. What's that for, Talented? I think you mentioned, and I forgot. Your phone service. Right. Okay, nice. Hell yeah. Couldn't remember if you had mentioned. I could have assumed, but you know what they say about making assumptions. Hold on, let me check a work thing real quick. Hmm, cool. So yeah, VS Code just released with some more MCP server functionality, it looks like. Sweet. Ah, right. Because, yeah, you want to port some stuff. Yep. Now, is that for the entire application, or is that just your front end? Like, what's it built with, if you don't mind sharing? That's for the entire application. It's a Laravel Livewire app. Yeah, I mean, we just got rated by a Nuno Maduro, Maduro, who did an interview with the Laracasts guy, which is super cool. Jay something or other. He became popular at work all of a sudden. AI, who would have thought? What do you mean by that? Like popular with management? Is that the right kind of popularity? To get a raise, yes. To get a promotion, yes. Yes, Erlang is basically the phone system language in Europe, right? Here in the U.S., it's still COBOL, I believe. Nice, Lithium. Hell yeah. You saw some updates from Ghosty regarding the glass look on OS X. Did they actually ship that? I think that was just an experiment, right? Thought that was just like a tweet. He didn't ship it, but it seems shippable. Okay. Yeah. I saw the updates on X as well. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, coworker reaching out. Sorry. Work. 1 second. Need to dig into what they're asking about. But okay, so the thing we're working on here, we do that copy, and I need to look at how do we load static files. Let's do a new chat. In an Elixir Phoenix app. All right, in an Elixir Phoenix app, I need to load in email templates. After interpolating with mustache. All right, so we'll add mustache EX. I don't remember if I did that yet. We did put it, yeah, common practices, priv/static/emails. So we nailed it with that one. I think did we do emails? We did email, right? Yeah, that's fine. And then create a mailer.ex. And I don't think we've done that yet. I feel like that's inherently like a web thing, right? Rather than being in like regular Messijo. So for everyone unaware, Phoenix kind of breaks things into these two separate like domain models. There's Messijo and Messijo Web. I think the sending of the email stuff is, well, maybe it's just its own thing. Maybe it's a top level mailer. Sure. right, so yeah, let's look at what they're generating. Yeah, we haven't published yet. We got the domain name, but yeah, we haven't published. And I missed some follows. Blasferna, an hour ago. Thank you. Appreciate it. There we go. There we go. That's just good old fashioned branding right there. All right, what's the preferred way of doing this here, right? We go to settings. All right, there's the SMTP stuff. I better not show the password. Your API key. Okay. So yeah, we could use Swoosh to just send it over SMTP. I'd say that's easy enough. We could also just use the REST API. All right, so let me shuffle the back end to the top of our dashboard stack. So here in Mailer, yeah, let's grab some of the boilerplate. Let's just grab the whole thing. I'm sure we'll have to modify a bunch. All right, so swoosh, I don't even think we have yet. Let me double check mix.exs. We have not added mustache yet. This is the last song on the album. It gets a little sleepy time. Oh, cool. We'll do that. Mixsteps.get. I don't think we have swoosh. So you're learning React now because you got bored. You're immediately also using that to make a details page for AI models. Cool. All right, so resend is not in this list, but we can just use the SMTP one. All right, so we need to install Swoosh. We're going to need gen SMTP. I forget. So when you're sending SMTP, do you have to do anything special from your server to make it more deliverable? I don't think so, because you're sending through their server. Their server is the one that cares about all the BS. Yeah, but from my end, it's just SMTP over the wire to their server with the right API key, and then their server does all the BS for it. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to double check that. It's been a while. Okay, so yeah, we'll do swoosh and gen SMTP. I don't know if it matters if they're capitalized or not. Or not capitalized, sorted alphabetically, but we'll do it anyway. Oh wow. That is a lot. So I don't think I need all that other junk, right? Because that would be on their end. Oh, I bet lithium. Yeah. Right. Like getting staff at smaller organizations is much chiller, I bet. All right. We're good. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm hoping to skip that and just go to like founder slash CTO. Just do the startup path. Call it good. Sounds way more fun, right? And if you can make a startup successful as like a small time CTO, I think staff slash principal should be in the cards at like a larger org. But I don't know for sure. I'm not sure how that works. Real quick though, I do need to use the restroom. I need to pour some more water. And we could probably hop into a whiskey here soon. But let me go pee. BRB. All right, got my water poured. Give me just a sec. Just realized I need to dump what's in here. All right. And yeah, we definitely won't consume more than that today. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Chilling to the stream. Very cozy. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll save that for now. Though that looks like an error already. And then yeah, config. Resend API key is what we'll call that. TLS always, SSL always, auth always. What port? 2587? I don't know if it matters. We'll just do the first one. The SKIM or DKIM stuff. I gotta add my domain. Looks like we gotta do that one. Now we'll go manual. Yeah, exactly. That's the part we're doing right now for the confirmation. All right, send dot mail. Interesting. Okay. So that's the MX record. Looks like I do have an MX record, but that's for Messijo. Hold on, let me zoom out. That's for just straight up Messijo.com. Yeah. So this is a separate record. I think TTL, they said, what, 10? Oh, TTL auto priority 10. All right, so then some text records. Oh, they're using SES under the hood. That's funny. That's funny. So yeah, eventually we'll just switch to SES. All right, this text record is not that, it is that one. And yeah, no need to hide any of this stuff because DNS records are totally public. All right, so we've done that part. So then the DMARC is just a TXT record. Ooh, and I cooked some scallops last night that were awesome. They were super well done. Like, just, I've done them before and they were like super rubbery. These were perfect. Like, I did them in a sous vide the first time, like years ago. This time, way better. Way better. All right, so I added the records. Will it blend? You like rubbery seafood? I just pictured you chewing on a Billy Big Mouth bass. Right? Like those toy like singing fish things from like the 90s. I just pictured Socklo just cutting right into one of those. What was the song they sang? Was it Don't Worry, Be Happy? Okay. Oh, it looks like it was a few. Take Me to the River was the one I was thinking of. Take Me to the River is the one I was thinking of. And yeah. Teeny Hodges claimed in 2013 that they made more royalties from that than any other recordings of the song. That's funny. All right, all DNS records verified, ready to start building and sending emails with this domain. Nailed it. No, they were edited at mail.send or send.mail. Chewy calamari. No, calamari is good, and it does tend to be a bit rubbery. Yeah, that's a good point. But like the thing with the calamari and octopus is it's less of like a mouthful of chewy, and you got just like the you know little calamari legs. I guess there's the rings, but I don't know. Yeah, like a scallop is a bit dense. It's like a bit thick for being rubbery. Like a rubbery scallop is something that you'd like send back at a restaurant, especially if you're paying scallop prices. But okay, so looks like we're good there. We've done the API key. We set our stuff here, and we did 2465, correct? Yep. Username, all that. So yeah, I wonder, do they support DKIM? Yeah, so SES actually lets you store the templates. Oh. So yeah, interestingly, we probably want to implement a queue for sending emails. Because 2 emails a second is really not much. Hey, what's up, Jamin? Yeah, how you doing, man? How's the helicopter game going? And I'm guessing no chain react this year? I at least checked the website and didn't see anything. Just, I don't know. And no worries if it's not something you want to chat about. Had to take a couple months off the game. That's fine. Yeah, I know, right? Like, yeah, not enough time. No, the game sounds cool, especially because, like, it could definitely, like, have that same kind of, like, collaborative vibe as, like, Repo or, like, some of those other games, right? So, yeah, like, a squad based, like, helicopter game could totally be, like, really fun. Right? You could have the gunner on the side. I guess, do they typically have a gunner on each side? Right? You got the pilot, maybe a navigator. One gunner in front, pilot in back. Oh, oh, interesting. Hmm. Yeah, I guess. Oh, yeah, the Apaches are like just yeah. You're like two pilots, one in front of the other. That's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I was thinking. For some reason, I don't remember seeing the Apache in your demos. I thought it was more like the Hueys or whatever. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was totally thinking like Hueys. Maybe that's like something else you consider too. Yeah, like exactly. Um, was was that actually a thing where you could do like the squad stuff in that into the dawn? Okay. Yeah, yeah. So yours is more focused on purely like the just the two person like attack chopper. For some reason I had it in my head that it was a Huey. Yeah, my bad. I think a Huey could be like a cool next step. Right? You got the Hueys that go in for like some ground ops BS or something, and then you got like the Apaches doing ground cover, like air cover. But MVP wise, just Apache attack copter. Yeah, my brain was going towards like I immediately started hearing that song by what was it, the Mamas and the Papas? There's something happening here. Right? Yeah, yeah, for sure. I immediately started hearing that song. That's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yep. No, I was forgetting it. I just seem to remember like looking at the side view at one point. But that's just like your models, you know. But yeah, no, this is cool. Yeah, I think this could be really fun. Yeah, this is Jamin's game for sure. Jammin' games. Jamona. I just think it's funny. That's the way I like when I see your name, I hear that first and then I correct myself. For sure. Hmm. Nice. I'm guessing you did that through Washington. Yeah, Washington's pretty straightforward for registering a business. I'm assuming Infinite Red's an Oregon company though. I don't know. I don't know the difference actually. Yeah, I'm in Washington. I'm up here in Redmond. You're in 11 states, soon to be 12. Did you have to register in all 11 states? I feel like you only really need to register in one. Oh, no, because you have employees all over, right? So you got to register with each state because of their like taxes and bullshit. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That's a good point. That's why Get Kraken is like, if you're gonna move to a state that we have other employees in. So Montana's right out. Let me get more music going. That is 100% correct, I believe, Saklo. I don't know for sure. I'm guessing, but yeah, no, this is cool. Like I'm imagining the matchmaking, you'd still have like multiple people. Like multiple groups, and then you'd just like pair people up based upon a preference for like pilot or co-pilot. Yeah, I'm thinking about the logistics of the matchmaking now. But yeah, super cool. Thanks for sharing that. That is way further along than I remember seeing. Dude, yeah, no worries, man. That was some Godot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What am I up to? So I'm currently we're looking at email quotas. Ugh. Ugh. But the project I'm building might be kind of interesting. We want to like I want to create a thing so you can listen. Oh, and hold on, let me get this back up and running. Oh god, there it is. Phoenix server. Oh yeah. I'm doing some stuff. Whatever. Yeah. We're in the middle of updating, like adding the email sending capabilities. But the general idea is I want to create a service for people to listen for mentions on Blue Sky. Currently, just Blue Sky. We'll add lobsters and Hacker News and maybe Reddit at some point. But the idea is just like if I could show you, people will sometimes maybe tag a product on Blue Sky, but they won't actually like mention your account that owns it. And one exact thing we saw earlier was GitLens was tagged by someone who did like the 10 essential VS Code plugins or whatever. But they didn't tag GitKraken, so we'd never see that. Right? So the idea is could we listen for those events, engage and, you know, do some stuff, and brands all over the world could make value from that. So at the bare minimum, it's like a $5 a month service. If you have a bunch of keywords you want to listen for, maybe it's more. There's like certain types of things you want to set up. Like, yeah, that's basically it. The idea was I wanted to do something listening to the ATProto Firehose. And at some point, we got rated by one of the core contributors to Lobsters, and they mentioned wanting to integrate with ATProto. So eventually I may reach back out to them and be like, okay, I got time. Let's set up lobsters to publish to ATProto, and then I can just listen to that real easy too. Instead of doing the RSS thing like I'm going to have to do for Hacker News and Reddit. But yeah, it's basically just dog fooding, or it like I created this as a smaller project, and of course scope creep kicks in, as a smaller project to dog food Walter, that like, you know, token accounting as a service type thing. So if you end up selling cosmetics in your game, I think Walter, which is about to be renamed, we don't have the name yet, but we need to rename Walter to something, and then, yeah, like that's the thing I would apply to like YC and some of that stuff with. But I can totally like dog food it into other products, which I think would be valuable. In general, I like building tools that theoretically I would use myself as well. So yeah, it's almost like Walter wants to fill a niche similar to what the R-Limit guy does. And I believe he's like fully bootstrapped and everything. His SEO sucks. Poor guy. Not just on Steam. Yeah. No, so that's the thing, right? Walter is just about tracking the credits. However you do the payment, that's up to you, which is why I think I still have leverage over something like Autumn, which is tied specifically to Stripe. It's why I think I have leverage over something like, there's that new payment provider that starts with a P. I'm forgetting their full name right now. But they're like Stripe's biggest competition right now. They have like a token system built in. It's currently just getwalter.com, but we need to decide on a new name so I can get like a better brand. And a lot of this is like old. But the idea is just simply like we just track the quotas and the balances. So that's like the main gist. Yeah. Walter with no E. It was like Wallater or whatever. Yeah. The E is something totally different. And yeah, like I don't even know if this sign up for beta still works. Like we haven't worked on the marketing site for this at all. I think the docs may have seen some updates. No, it's still very bare bones. We haven't done anything for the marketing site yet. I mean, it's more just it wasn't like the focus. I want to build out the thing and like dog food it myself before it's something I want to like expose to other people. So I'm looking at least like 3 months before Walter is really like publicly available. We can get you involved otherwise though, sooner if you want. But yes, I need to do this part a lot more. I just want to get Messijo, right? This thing launched and profitable first before I worry about getting customers for Walter. Because I think this could easily be like a, maybe like $2,000 a month business. Could go bigger, but just in general, this is something that I could bootstrap, launch, run, and then while this is sitting in the background collecting some money, I can then work on the bigger thing that I'll have to like apply to YC for and all that shit. And I found another one too that was interesting. There's a new one, or not a new one, I don't know if it's new, but Neo Accelerator. So they actually had Cursor, Blue Sky, Kalshi, Vanta, Caldera, Moment, Cassidy. Like the big ones I see are Cursor and Blue Sky. So yeah, like I don't know. There's some accelerators I'd like to apply to with Walter. Definitely not Messijo. But dude, it's so good to see you, man. And yeah, I will stay tuned to any kind of like chain react news whenever it's available. Because that sounds cool. It is my favorite event. Like the way you guys do the food and like just the event and like the after shenanigans have always been fun. Like it's my favorite event. Like I went to Render ATL. It's big, but it's meh. Right? Like sure they got a cool after party. It's too loud. I'm getting too old. Yeah, Render's just so big, you know? Trying to think of anything that I like as much. Like, no, there's just something about the vibe of Chain React that like the after events feel so much more connected to it than some of these others. WWDC 2016. Okay, yeah, that's a ways back. Yeah, I haven't been to WWDC. I do remember doing my like Objective C certificate thing. Oh, feel free. Yeah. And the music is not even part of it, so you can add whatever music you want. And I think the clipping should be without that. And the VOD's on YouTube if if you want to grab it that way too. Yeah, the food, like just I don't know, the vibe, it feels so like close knit. There's so much like room for chatting with the single track. Like, you come out of the talks into the break. Everyone just has like the stuff that's top of mind. Like, yeah, I really like it. Yeah, just solid venue and just the structure. I think a single track is really valuable. I got accepted for Cascadia JS this year. I'll be speaking on like the lightning track stage, which goes concurrently with the single, like with the main stage, but it's always going to be like an opposite thing, which is cool. Oh, Gant will be at Cascadia? Awesome. Yeah, it's a really good event too. I don't know, is it something you'd like to go to? I could talk to the organizers. I think there's value in Northwest conference organizers like palling around. They let me give away a ticket on stream like a week ago, and they're totally down with like another one. So I'll reach out to them. Okay. You'd limit the conferences this year. Totally get it. It makes sense. It is just a train ride away. I think you'd have to go into Portland to catch that train, maybe. I'm not sure about if Vancouver's close enough, like if they have a stop. Could be something to bring the family and make it into a thing. I don't know, just throwing it out there. No stress. Just let me know. It's a really good group. Like it's a solid vibe, for sure. Like, have they been to Seattle in a while? But yep, no stress. Sorry, I'm really putting on the pressure. Van Tucky, that's a good way of phrasing it. Yeah, for everyone out there, Jamin is awesome. I assume, like, when you get back into the helicopter game, you'll be streaming it some more on YouTube, right? So, yeah, like, shows off some really fun Godot programming, or Godot, or however you pronounce it. He's a wizard with React Native and some of that stuff, if you guys are curious. Hard to be good at coding and good at streaming at the same time. Yeah, I get that. I think the distractions are actually valuable. It's like a forced Pomodoro timer. And Abdu, you're asking, do you have some projects that are online? Abdu, are you asking about my projects, or are you asking about Jamin? Because this is Abdu over on YouTube asking. So full stacking, the Godot thing is like from like a play called like Waiting for Godot or whatever. I've never seen it. Like, I don't know. Not much of a play person. I would go see Book of Mormon. I think that would be a fun show. So Abdu, like the chat one is online. Like Stream Parrot's still live. Okay, so hold on. Let me try and type this over here for Abdu. There's streamparrot.com. That's still live, There's npmpm.com. That one's live. Let's see. There's Giphium.com. That one's live. Yeah, 1 second, full stacking. I'll circle back to your comment about the module you made. I think it's still worthwhile publishing as a package, I think. But yeah, hold on. Everyone, help me remember, like, what are some other, like, hosted projects that I've got online? It's so simple. I get it. I don't know. People are lazy. But yeah, like, that other library is pretty simple, too. I thought I typed them there. Did I not? Oh. Wait, why didn't my chat go through there? All right, well, hold on. I'll type them here again. Oh, because it was my other account and links get removed. Okay. I'll have to figure that out, but not today. So yeah, let me type them there again. npmpm.com. That was something we've done. Giphium. Like, Abdu, I feel like you've watched most of these get made. Were you not there when we published them? And yeah, what other projects have I launched? Yeah, okay, so you were never here for the go live. Yeah, a lot of them are smaller. Right? Like, a lot are like just libraries, or oh, I mean, like, dude, Holiday. That's another one that's live. Oh, I typed that in the wrong place. Air brakes. Holiday. I need to do the voice acting portfolio. Stethoscope. You know, it's a browser extension you can install. I think I still need to update it. The talking head thing is hosted, but it's broken right now, so I don't necessarily want to shout that one out. Yeah, as far as like stuff that's hosted versus just things you download and use. Like libraries. I make a lot of stuff. Yeah, but that's also 7 years of streaming. I hit 7 years of streaming just like over a week ago. Yeah, some of these we actually launched and are no longer there. Scully Image is probably no longer any good. Like the website works, but I'm pretty sure Scully itself like might be even deprecated. But yeah, I don't know. I make a lot of libraries and stuff too. I don't know. You stream enough, you got stuff you got to work on. Hold on. Let me double check something here. Work just reached out. Okay, so real quick. Hey, dude. Okay, 8. Yeah, now I appreciate the sub. Thanks, Jamin. And then real quick, full stacking. So you just made it into a gist. I think that's cool. I think it works. So yeah, Abdu. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I've made that hasn't launched, and then there's some stuff that was just libraries, so it doesn't make sense as like a launch, but you can use them. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff out there. I'd say just start combing through my GitHub. You wanted to keep the data in the priv folder. Okay. Let me look at it real quick. Ooh, you called it feels? Oh, and you added the emoji support. Yeah, nice. Nice. I like that. Did you have an LLM do it or something? That's from another lid. Got it. It might be worth shouting that out up here in the README. You know, licensing and all that. You're going to add more? Yeah, I get it. I just think proper attribution is kind of important. And yeah, dude, Jamin, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Let's do another one of these. I want to pace myself tonight. I have a bunch of video editing to do tonight. All right. So yeah, the AFIN stuff. Yeah, super cool. I almost wonder if there's some way that you could like link to the file with the logic in it. Just because these like the problem with the gist is that these files are just so big. Like I think a repo would be better. Because then you could selectively view the file that you care about. So whether you publish it, I think it still makes sense more as a repo. Just for like, you know, grokking the code and looking at that stuff and finding the place to copy and paste from. I guess you could just download the zip, but you know. Yeah, totally up to you. Do whatever you want. Yeah, no worries, full stacking. As long as you heard what I was saying just now, fine. No worries. But yeah, enjoy the call. All right, so let's look back at this stuff. I'm gonna star that so that maybe I can find it later. And wait. Yeah, call the scroll function. Yeah, what does scroll mean in this context? Oh, what should it be? I'm not even like my brain isn't even. Oh, the score function. Oh, yeah. Score. No, I get it. Yeah. I thought it was just something like functional programming wise that I'm just not aware of. Well, scroll's like a monad. A scroll's a monadic monoid. I'm just making stuff up now. A monoidic monad. I think they're the same thing, right? But yeah, no, so full stacking, I would say, I think this makes more sense as a repo. Just because it's easier to navigate. You know, like if I need to copy and paste the implementation, how do I get to it? Do I got to scroll through a bunch of bullshit just to get there? And I know that most people should probably just download the zip, but yeah, I know, but it's like at the bottom. Ugh. Right? So just from like a developer experience perspective, a gist is the wrong way to consume this. That's fine. Yeah, just I don't know. I'd say make it a repo. Up to you though. But then if someone else decides that they want to publish it or something, like they could just fork your repo and publish it. Right? They'd still be on the hook for maintaining it. You don't have to be on the hook for that. But this is the entire point of like a dependency, to package all this stuff up together. Again, you know, you do whatever you want. I think inherently gists have MIT license, right? So someone could always just take this and turn it into a repo if they wanted. You don't have to. All right, so the part that we were at before we were so pleasantly interrupted. Yeah, no worries there. Full stacking. We're looking at send limits. Yeah. No, like I welcome the interruption. If I just wanted to get shit done, I wouldn't be streaming. The entire point is the interaction. Ah, thanks. Appreciate that. If you're coding along while we're hanging out, you're technically vibe coding. It's just a different kind of vibe coding. So yeah, resend ends up imposing some send limits that I don't think I was aware of. All right, so what's the right way to implement a queue for this? God, and we're going to want to implement like priority into the queue. Like a login email should be delivered way quicker. SendGrid is 10K a second. Yeah, I'm regretting more and more picking resend. We don't need to solve the problem right now. We can just throw it in the linear board. Here's the thing. I wanted to use SendGrid in the first place. Dude, 2 per second? Like, am I just... I'm not reading that wrong. Like, my brain didn't just see, like, 2K. No, it's, like, literally just 2. Yeah, no, SendGrid is awesome. Yeah, we're not pivoting today. We're not pivoting tomorrow, but sometime in the future we're pivoting. But I do think this is tweet-worthy. Where do they have their rate limits? And are you sure it's 10K per second? I thought their free tier was like 10K per month. So like you're not just mixing that number up, right? We got Hunar over on YouTube. No, I'm not necessarily saying free tier. No, I'd be willing to pay for it. I'd like to use a free tier first. Right? Like resend the 2 per whatever is for everyone, which is crazy. But yeah, Hunar on YouTube. How you doing? Day 37 since your laptop died. Waiting for a Canada Day sale for getting your next one. Okay. Are there typically good sales on like Macs? Like, would you be getting a Mac, Hunar, or are you going like Windows? All right, so now I gotta like look this up. And they don't have a good search. God. Ooh, thanks, Talented. So yeah, real quick. As much you will be spending something like 4K on the next one, the break really made you realize how burnt out you were. I get it, Hunar. Yeah, that can be tough. Yeah, I don't know. You're getting a Lenovo Legion Pro 7i Gen 10 with 64 gigs of RAM, 2 terabytes of storage. Interesting. Yeah, 4K on a laptop is something I would always push back on myself, just for me. I don't trust traveling around with something like that. Like, I'm not gonna spend more than like maybe $2,000. Even then, oh man, yeah, that's tough. Myself, I'd just be getting a MacBook Air for a laptop. All right, so there is no daily send limit. So Postmark doesn't have a rate limit. Hunar is pointing out that Wi-Fi, RAM, and storage are upgradable. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Do you actually picture yourself upgrading the RAM? Like, you're going to be limited by the motherboard anyway, Hunar. Like, what's the max on the motherboard for that Lenovo Legion? Okay, you could potentially push it to 96G, 8 terabyte. Okay. Wi-Fi, upgrading Wi-Fi is always a pipe dream. And, like, you can just do an external, like, Wi-Fi card. USB-C is fast enough, you know? But, yeah, I mean, you got your reasons. Do whatever you want. Would you really, really upgrade your RAM? Like, how many DIMMs are there on a laptop like that? There's probably 2. Right? So if you've only got 2 DIMMs for RAM on your laptop, you'd be throwing away your 32 gig DIMMs to get some 48 gig DIMMs. And how much are those going to cost? Versus just like buying another laptop when you feel like upgrading that. I don't know. I'm giving you a little bit of like food for thought, Hunar. So 7i has 2 DIMMs. The 9i has 4. Okay. But you'd still be, you said you're getting the 7i. Yeah, upgrading a laptop seems like something you'd want to do. I don't think you really do. Like, there are very few upgrades that you can't just, like, muscle by plugging something in, rather than, like, opening it up and doing some stuff. I've done it in the past. It's just, I don't know. The point at which you're ready to graduate from 64 to 96, you're probably ready to graduate to a new CPU line. But yeah, hold on 1 second. You're heading out. You're going to watch the NBA Finals. Fun fact, you have a tie to each team because your cousin, Chet Holmgren, on Oklahoma City versus the Pacers. You've known the president, Kevin Pritchard, since 2009 when he was with the Trailblazers. So Chet's not really a cousin. Same last name, though. So, yeah. It's like, it's like cousin 7th removed. Or like infinitely removed. Yeah, it's a cousin infinitely removed. But if you do like what is it? Like 6 degrees of separation. You're only 6 degrees away from him. So yeah, 6th removed. But yeah, no worries, Jamin. Thanks for stopping in. Yep, you too. Yeah, have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the NBA stuff. I'm into the highlights. I haven't watched much NBA lately, I can't stand the flopping. I just can't stand it. It's what's made soccer insufferable. Right? Mahomes is pulling that stuff in the NFL. Like, is no sport safe from flopping to get a call? So yeah. I don't know. I haven't watched NBA since the 90s. There are penalties for doing it too badly. Oh, that's cool, Jamin. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I need to pay more attention then. All right. Well, yeah, enjoy the game. Do you do fantasy football at all, Jamin? Because I will be starting a fantasy football league. I could throw you an invite if you want. Okay, I just wanted to double check. No worries. Yeah, no worries. And yeah, we'll chat again soon. All right, so real quick, Hunar has a couple more comments. Their current laptop had 32 gigs, but you're getting to the limit with the number of Docker instances you typically run. Sure, you expect 7 to 9 years of life, limited by battery life. Even the battery is replaceable. Replacing a battery at the Apple Store is super chill, right? It's like $100. By the time you're replacing that battery, video games are going to cost $100 anyway. Yeah, no, it's like really reasonable. It could be upwards of like 150. I feel like I only paid like 100-ish though. But yeah, Hunar, do whatever you want with your own money. My opinion doesn't matter. All right, so hold on. Hunar, you do want to get a Mac Mini so you can do Apple Dev, but you want to stick to Windows and WSL for your work machine? I'm curious why. Like, do you do that much .NET that like you need VS Code or not VS Code? Sorry, Visual Studio. Because yes, Visual Studio on Mac is garbage. Like no one should ever use it. VS Code's fine. Visual Studio on Mac, like Visual Studio for Mac, garbage. No one should ever use it. So if you do enough like Windows Dev or C# Dev, and you want to use Visual Studio, yeah, no, like Windows makes sense. But you can always dual boot a Mac. You know that, right? You can triple partition your drive so that you got stuff to share between the two. Convenience for switching to games. Oh, so you game from a machine that you do dev on. I would push back on that. Yeah. Like with all like the root level anti-cheat and, you know, copy protection that games do these days. Ugh. Ugh. I don't want that touching my work machine. I don't want that touching anything I do significant dev on. So Lightspeed would not suggest dual booting a Mac with Linux because the hardware drivers are sketchy. Interesting. What about Windows, though, Lightspeed? That's what I was talking about. Right? I understand that, Hunar, but the anti-cheat never turns off. It's root level. It's always on. Oh, is that not a thing, Nathan? Can you not boot Windows on an M series Mac? I could be totally wrong. Yeah, so don't listen to that. I could be wrong. Good catch, Nathan. I thought Windows put in major strides to work with ARM chips, but the M series may be different from a standard ARM. I'm actually really curious about that now. And what's up, Aubrey? How you doing? It does work with ARM, but not Apple's hardware. Ah, you can run it in a VM, and it actually outperforms bare metal? Wait, what? No way. Oh, Gary Bernhardt was right all along. Like, dude, what the fuck, really? Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Hunar. Someone here on Twitch is saying that Rosetta x86 emulation is faster than Windows x86 emulation. But x86 is old school. We're talking about like x64 now, which is totally different, like, you know, set of instructions. So I'd be curious about Rosetta x64 versus an x64. Yeah, I get that, Nathan, but x86 is old. I could be off on that. You know, I don't deal with performance benchmarking any of this stuff. Who needs 64 bits when you can do 32 fast? Every application you actually want to use. That's who cares. Okay, so Hunar, I'm going to chime in from something Talented said here on stream. They have a project they compile on their X1 Carbon i7 64 gigs of RAM SSD machine and their emulated Mac with 4 gigs given to the VM. And the emulated Mac, or the Mac emulating Windows, is 40% faster to compile. Okay, so Nathan actually means x64 as well. It's x86 underscore 64. Sure. All right, I just had to double check that. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. And yeah, maybe don't listen to me about CPU stuff. I currently have my gaming PC Frankensteined in a way where the CPU cooler is sitting on top of the CPU case because I didn't have room because I upgraded to a 5070 that's an inch and a half longer than the 1080 I had in there, which means that I could no longer have the CPU cooler sit where it was because it's one of those like NZXT all-in-ones. It's kind of a bummer. But you know what? It works. It's working. I should post it to the what's like the custom built like PC subreddits. Like, check out my system. What do y'all think? And I can boil eggs on it? No, it actually doesn't get that hot, even when it's like stressed. Dude, no, this NZXT cooler is amazing, dude. This NZXT cooler is amazing. Like, honestly, the GPU I had in it was one of those EVGA like hybrid cards that had the liquid cooling with its own fan and everything too. Dude, my gaming PC I built back in the day, chef's kiss. I fucking nailed it. I picked all the exact right parts. Like, I'm talking 2017, 2018, whatever, Chris. Fucking nailed it. Good job, buddy. Good job, me. Hunar, no, it's a 5070. It does still have some, like, hiccups, which are a little annoying. Like, every once in a while when I'm playing, like, PoE 2, it'll have a hiccup. That's a little weird. But no, yeah, I wouldn't get a 60 series for anything other than my, like, stream machine. Yeah, drivers could fix it eventually, for sure. I picked the game-ready drivers. I'll get the updates when they come down. Yeah, it's pretty new. I could have gone with a 4070 and probably been happy, too. I didn't see any that were, like, a decent price. You know, because they're not, like, built anymore. But anyway, all right. So we're chatting, we're chilling, we're hanging out, we're enjoying a really nice Monday evening. Hunar is saying the 5060 is basically a 5050 with a 5060 price tag. Yeah, no, so I picked the 5070 like based upon GPU benchmark stuff, for sure. The thing I was talking about with my old 1080 being an EVGA is the fact that EVGA is like the darling. So many people look back on EVGA like, oh, I miss you so much. Right? Like it's like the Wolverine meme where they're looking at the fucking photo, like in the bed, like reminiscing about how good EVGA was, and we never gave them the credit they deserved while they were around, and now that they're gone. Where'd you go, EVGA? Yes, their warranty was amazing. Absolutely. Yeah. EVGA was the best. I don't think I would have lasted with that gaming PC with an EVGA 1080, like, or with a 1080 if it hadn't been EVGA. Like, I got 7 years out of a gaming PC, and I was able to play every single game I wanted. Was it the absolute best specs for all of those games? No. I had to massively crank stuff down on Path of Exile 2 to actually game with other people throwing out way too many projectiles and shit. But oh my god, like, dude, 7 years on a GPU? On a CPU? Like, all that shit? Like, dude, I nailed it. Yeah, Hunar chimes in that EVGA's exit was kind of out of nowhere. Yeah, it was, dude, it surprised everyone. I'm sure insiders knew, at least in some way, but yeah, dude, it's crazy. But could EVGA live in a market where, dude, you're looking at $2,000 for a 5090? EVGA, to do it right, would have to charge another $400 on top. Who's paying fucking $2,500 for a graphics card for gaming. You know, because they'd have to add the markup and all that stuff to compensate for how good their service was. NVIDIA basically just priced them out of the market. Blame NVIDIA for EVGA's downfall, for them no longer existing. It's not like they weren't profitable at the time. They just saw the writing on the wall. The card I got right now is one of the Asus Tough cards. It's okay. It's all right. I'm able to crank up ultra settings on PoE2, and damn, that game is pretty. Ooh, that game is so pretty when the card's not glitching a little bit. All right, so hold on. This is a thing I wanted to do. One of these things is not like the other. Hashtag resend. Hashtag SendGrid. Could I tag them? This is the problem with posting to like multiple platforms from here. Resend rate limit. 2. Hold on, and it's requests per second, isn't it? Hold on. Yeah. SendGrid rate limits. Okay, so hold on. $600 per minute. All right, so real quick, hold on, Nathan. You only made the upgrade to an RTX 3080 to get access to ray tracing in Vulkan and DirectX 12. Otherwise, you would probably still be rocking the 1080. Yeah, same thing, Nathan. Only reason I upgraded is because I hit 2 games within like a single day that told me I couldn't play their game because I didn't have the ray tracing. That was Doom the Dark Ages and the Indiana Jones game. That's it. I'd still be rocking the 1080 if I hadn't hit both of those things. I'm actually really looking forward to how pretty Dead Island 2 looks with a proper graphics card. I'm going to crank it to ultra for everything. Because I've heard the people I'm gaming with on Wednesdays like, oh my god, this game's so pretty. Like, yeah, it looks okay. But oh man, I'm looking forward to like actually seeing it for the first time again. Let me get more music going though. And does Synthwave belong in a museum? Junior? So 600 requests per minute. 2 requests per second. Yeah, so hold on. Talented, where did you see the 10K? Because I'm seeing 600. You experienced your first crash with Dune. It was in the sandstorm waiting for things to reset. An immediate black screen. Ooh. Okay. Are you liking the game so far, though? I already have so many, like, time sync games I could play. I could happily play that one. And GD Dario, thank you for the follow. I just saw that half an hour ago. Appreciate you, Mr. Sir. For a survival game, it's been pretty good. Is it truly a survival game? Like, if you die, do you lose everything you were holding? Or do you just, like, respawn with everything that was in your inventory? You can recover your items unless you die to a worm. Oh, that's kind of a different mechanic. I get it, because the worm ate it. All right, so we head here. Okay. Yeah. Wow. What's up, Doru? Wait, what's up about Poppy? You had to send 2 to 3 million invoices at previous company. Is that the Washington registered agent company? And you don't have to say if that doxes anything. It is. Dude, yeah, that sounds right, dude. They are really good, man. I love that company. I really like it. Sounds like a Tom Cardy collection. Okay. Yeah, Tom Cardy's the best. Dude. Loot that body. Loot that body. I'm like, dude, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Uh dude, it's just so accurate. Loot that body. Loot that motherfucking baby body. Dude, it's just so good. Tom Cardy's the best. And that's how it works in every single fucking RPG. Oh, yeah. That was a kid. Oh, he's dead now. I'm going to loot that body. It's just so good. Loot that body. Every single RPG is exactly like that. For sure. 100%. Right? Every single fight sounds like experience. You know? Like, oh my God. I know, right, Talented? That's actually really fucking cool, dude. Oh, it's a critical. Yep, exactly. Oh, it's a critical. Like, oh, that poor, poor kid. Oh, and I played a bard in BG3. So, yes, I cast Vicious Mockery all the time. Dude, my bard taunted people when he didn't even cast. He was just taunting people. If you've never played BG3 and you're starting to like consider playing it, Bard is one of the most fun classes, I think. I mean, that body could hold some crazy awesome thing. If you're playing Divinity, loot everything because a random chest or a body could get lucky. Yeah, no, it's worth it. Yeah, no, that's gaming. Yeah, we'll tweet it. Whatever. Good enough. Yeah, exactly. Talented. No, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. That is such a valuable insight. So yeah, as far as linear goes, we're gonna loot that body. Ooh, send Griff. I smell a micro sass. I smell a micro sass. Another app to the Trello board. Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I think we're good. I just realized I had a typo in a tweet. Can you edit tweets on Blue Sky? Nope. Nah. Whatever. I totally misspelled the word team. Team. Yeah, no, whatever. No, I didn't have one in the tweet I just did right now. I had one in one earlier, so we're good. I spelled team Teem, right? Whatever. Fuck it. I don't think it matters. It's social media. Who cares? There is a new Naked Gun. Wait, you're saying you saw the new one? Oh, okay. Ethan, you're saying no. Yeah. Dude, the Naked Gun films are so good. Yeah. So you're saying you saw the first one? Yeah. You have to watch the trilogy now, obviously. Yeah, the Liam Neeson one. Dude, the trailer is super good. But yes, you watch the one, now you got to finish the trilogy. Yeah, exactly. But you can't just. It's like Lay's potato chips. Bet you can't eat just one. I was gonna have to stand on my toes. Dude, I love those movies so much. All right, so yeah, no, we're not gonna pivot to send Griff. We are gonna pivot to send Grid. Like, nah, that's the move. It's in the backlog. Let's keep going. Let's get these emails actually sending out. Wait, Ethan. When his car starts driving and he tries to stop it. I don't remember that scene. I'm gonna have to check that out. Oh, I did not mean to click that. So I guess I have homework now. Hold on. So number one, is that the one with Ricardo Montalban, or is that the one with the guy with the mustache? I always get number one and number two mixed up. I feel like it's the Ricardo Montalban. Number two is the guy with the mustache. Doru, yeah, like I've done it before. The chat overlay beneath me. Yeah, the replacement of words, etc. That's an Elixir app too. I'm actually a bit of a fanboy with Elixir. I just wish they had better typing. There are things that I wish were better with Elixir, obviously. I'm willing to see its faults. But yeah, no, I'm actually a bit of a fanboy. That's one of the things that me and Theo have actually like bonded over at least a couple times. Like just chatting at conferences and stuff. If you didn't know, he's a big fanboy too. He's a big fan of Elixir. So much so, I think I've heard someone said he's rewriting the back end of T3 chat in Elixir. I find that interesting. Yeah, there's just something really powerful about like the ease of access that Phoenix gives you. So Lightspeed, have you not heard of T3 chat? Yeah, he may pivot. Like it's one of those things. I totally get it. It's going to give him a lot more like grief doing some of the sync engine stuff. But I'm pretty sure I heard that he's building it like he runs his own sync engine now. So if he's running his own sync engine, then like, yeah, why not build the back end to support it? Ooh, I mean, Lightspeed, it's more than that. It's not just OpenAI. He supports every single model. Like, he supports all of the providers. There's a little more to it than that. And then there's also user state authentication, a lot of that stuff too. Calling it just a wrapper is a little reductive. Like, so much so that he'd probably be mad at you for saying that. Don't worry. He's not here right now. It's okay. I won't tell him. But no, I don't think you're giving the application the credit that it really does deserve. Is the most impressive part of the app probably the front end stuff? Yeah, maybe. But something has to coordinate the back end front end sync that makes it valuable from machine to machine. If it was all just front end stored state, yeah, dude, nothing going on. Like, easy. But I don't think you give it the credit that it deserves. All right, so yeah, do I actually need this DKIM stuff? I don't think I do. So talented, I'm curious. Are you doing DKIM stuff? Or is that something that you just like punt to SendGrid? Because I think the example I copied and pasted is assuming that the SMTP I'm running is coming from here. Yeah, if I'm running behind an upstream, like resend or SendGrid, I don't think I need the DKIM stuff. I'm pretty sure I don't. When it comes to the no MX lookups, yeah, we're going over SMTP, but we're doing it through SMTP, like resend's relay of SMTP. We could do it through an API version, right? We could totally do that. But yeah, no, with the relay, we might need it. You do raise a good point. Yeah, because then it's like the API's problem. I'm curious, talented, are you out there still? It would be easy enough just to go through straight up the API. And really, the API would give us like a 429 that we could handle and do something about. Throw it back onto a queue. I think we're going to want to put it onto a queue anyway, which is where this gets way heavier. We'll have to do the queue less if we switch to SendGrid. All right, so I'm going to consider pivoting to SendGrid a pre-MVP problem. Nah, it goes up into the to-do list. Yeah, now that's something we're going to do sooner rather than later, but we can at least get it working. Right? Like sending an email is easy enough when we're not even in production yet. So we'll do that. We'll do the SMTP. I don't care about the DKIM. We need to get these emails sent out to a user, and then pivoting the provider is easy. Slack notification support, I consider part of the MVP. So we're going to have to do that here soon. I think so. I could be wrong. No, yeah, I refuse to use anything cinch at this point. No, Mailgun, Mailjet. Nah, man. Cinch bought those things and killed them. I will hate Cinch forever because of that. I actually have a stick in my craw about DigitalOcean at this point still, too. I don't even know if that was the right phrasing, but you know what I mean. Like, I still have a hard time forgiving DigitalOcean for killing Nanobox. Oh, full second. Did you not remember how easy it was to launch an Elixir application using Nanobox back in the day? That shit was so fucking good. Ooh, that shit was good. Lil Uzi Park. Wow, yeah, Lil Uzi JS. Like, what's Ken Wheeler's name on Twitter right now? He's Lil Uzi. Oh, he's Young Perf Poppy. He was Lil Uzi something or other. But okay, I get it. Damn, that's an AI image for sure. That's not him. That's AI. That's fake as fuck. And he's so anti-AI, the fact that he's using an AI image. Damn, that's sad. Yeah, I muted him for a reason. He's a nice enough dude in person. Dude, his politics fucking suck. And the fact that he's so anti-AI and then he pulls some shit like that. Dude, there's no fucking way that's him. That is not him. That's AI. That's fucking AI, dude. Like, dude, the head to the fucking shoulder width doesn't even match. Right? Like, the proportions aren't right. I'd be so curious if that's actually him. Dude, I could be wrong, because it's hard to spot AI these days. Yeah, like, what the fuck is the name tag for? Why is he wearing a name tag in his own home? Like, dude, yeah. He's so anti-AI, but he's using an AI fucking profile image. Dude's not even morally consistent. Like, come on, man. Yes, I muted him because of his right-wing fucking bullshit rhetoric. Because, yes, under our previous administration, he tweets a whole bunch of fucking inflammatory bullshit, and now he's just crickets politically. Come on, dude. At least be consistent. Don't treat your side like a fucking sports team. No, that was totally AI. And the fact that he's so anti-AI and he's totally like using an AI avatar. God damn it. Don't meet your heroes, man. God, that just bums me out. How many messages for SES on their free tier? I don't know. If you're in Sandbox, it's 200 per 24 hours. Resend forces you to reach out to break out of the Sandbox, so I don't know if that counts. Their basics are still Sandbox, though. So yeah, you're talking about like Mailgun's free tier is 3K per month or 100 per day, but they don't do like a per second rate limit. Okay. But again, like I'd be looking at paying someone, and I refuse to pay Cinch any money. I would refuse to pay DigitalOcean any money, except that I have some stuff running on there that I just haven't migrated, and I don't feel like migrating. But I should. Everything I have running on DigitalOcean, I could host on like a low-end box, $10 a year program, you know? Like on the free tier, yeah, like for the free tier, none of these people want to give you too much leeway because it fucks their deliverability, right? So yeah, free tier is the wrong way to judge these things. It's what do you get from the paid tier? Right? So if you're in the Sandbox, it's 1 email per second. Resend just simply doesn't even differentiate between a free tier consumer and a paid consumer unless you reach out to them. That's basically like saying like, hey, you want to see what our pricing is? Send our sales team an email, which means, oh, you can't afford it. And also like, I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Full stacking for this app, I absolutely would. Right? If I get 10 users, I'd go over 100 pretty quick. Because I'm doing magic link auth, unless they do OAuth. I'm doing notifications via email if they want to, like, sign up, etc. Right? So, like, yeah. No. And what I'm getting at, for this exact project, I'm saying, like, for most things, nah, you're good. Right? For this exact project, there's no way I can use something that limits me to 2 requests per second. Are you fucking kidding me? That's 120 per hour. Right? That's 2,400 a day. That's kind of a shit paid tier. But the paid tier has the same rate limit as the free tier. What the fuck, dude? Unless I'm reading something, like, totally wrong. Rate limiting, right? There's nothing on this page about this rate limit being the free tier versus the paid tier. No, this is, yeah, for trusted senders. Upon request. So if you're paying resend, you're still at 2 requests per second. That's not a serious business. That's just not a serious business. And they're just a wrapper around SES. I'm like, dude, what the fuck, man? I'm like, dude, what the fuck, man? Yeah. Resend is not a serious business. They did a great job with React.email. You should not be using them as an actual send provider, though. It's just not a serious business. Yeah, no worries, full stacking. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. We're hanging out. We're chilling. Maxing all cool. Shooting some b-ball outside of school. When a couple of guys, they were up to no good. Sorry, yeah, I don't know. For some reason, whenever I say that stuff, I automatically, like, kick into the Fresh Prince lyrics. Started making trouble in my neighborhood. Yeah, totally. Technically, Resend just made trouble in my neighborhood by making this rate limit not front and center. This should be on their fucking homepage, dude. I consider it misleading and borderline false advertising to have a rate limit this fucking egregious. Resend is not a serious business. So yeah, dude, I'm just so bummed out by Resend right now. They made one really cool piece of open source software and then thought they were, like, business ready. They're just a fucking SES wrapper. Hold on, I do still need mustache.ex at some point. Not right now. We can close this, though. The swoosh thing, yeah, we'll just deal with it. Sure. All right, we got that stuff. The mustache. This fucking thing. All right, so the part we're in the middle of. This fails. Over in mailer.ex. Because, yeah, we didn't finish whatever we got to do here. And, oh, man, we got errors. My app does not exist. Oh. I feel like that was like a Jerky Boys reference waiting to be made. My app. Messijo. Totally different thing. Oh, God. What the fuck? And yeah, full stacking is a really solid chat handle, for sure. All right, so we got this error now. Okay. All right. All right. But why? Hmm. Yeah, no. So, like, the name of it was no good, but cannot compile module. Mm. No. 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 Still bad. Oh. I forgot to actually save that file. Now, we still bail out on the new whatever BS. I think this is some kind of hallucination. And yeah, Josh Raphael. The thing we're working on right now is we're trying to set up our email sending. We're using SMTP and resend. Something ain't right. And really, it's not at the controller level yet because we haven't even touched the controller yet. So I've actually got Mailer scoped to Messijo.mailer. And in our various config, I'm wondering if we need to do a custom config name. The fact that we're passing Messijo and the class, though, that seems right. And this seems right. Yeah, I don't know. Let me go pee, and I'll be right back. Something seems off, and I don't know. Alrighty then. Okay, so man, that was a good pee. Wait, hold on. Is it swoosh or smoosh? Swoosh. All right. I was about to Google smoosh, and that would have been a totally different thing. So yeah, back to here. All right, so the placement within my repo shouldn't matter, right? The fact that I put mailer at the top here, we could just call it mailer.mailer, but I don't think that matters. Oh, there's no way. Hold on, there's no way that's a thing. No, get rid of that. I do expect then, yes, this is a problem with our module. Cannot compile. But why? Right, like we can name the client anything we want. Right, Messijo mailer, that module name is fine. Privdir for Messijo, that should be fine. But yeah, this whole new to from subject HTML body stuff. We need to bring in swoosh, and it's just swoosh.mailer. Oh, hold on. This seems like we need swoosh.email, not just mailer. Oh. And it blends. That's what we were missing. All right, all right. Yep, that was it. Okay, so that's the thing that will bite you with Elixir. Some of these things are not as explicit in an error message as they really should be. But how could it know that it's coming from there? It wouldn't. It totally wouldn't. All right, so send templated email is template name, data, etc. And those values get interpolated, but the server at least runs now, and we should be able to go refresh. There we go, at least, at the bare minimum. All right, server's running. I'm so on the fence right now. I could order some Indian food. Oh, and it'd be so good. It'd be so delicious right now. Or do I do the smart thing and I just cook some eggs and eat some salad greens? Yeah, garlic naan and butter chicken. Like, God, that sounds so good right now. I can't do a cut every day. I did a cut yesterday. Should only order food out on a special occasion, though. Like, I got food here at the house. I got food here at the house. You're right. I can pace myself. I'd eat something today. It'll just be some eggs and some salad stuff. I got to use up the salad stuff. Don't let that go to waste. Okay. Fine. God, it's so tempting to order some butter chicken. Fine. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Nah, we're good, man. We'll eat the food. All right, so we got the email thing set up. What is this yelling about? Come on, really? Oh, we're not bringing in Mustache EX. You made yakisoba yesterday that was restaurant quality. Ooh, I made scallops yesterday that were restaurant quality. Actually, hold on, Lightspeed. You saw those yesterday, didn't you? Was that you? Or was that someone else? I think that was you, right? Dude, the scallops I made were so good. Okay, so no, it wasn't you. Maybe it was Mr. Pamper Carrot. That's who it was. Sorry, I don't know. Yeah. It was someone. But yeah, the scallops I made yesterday. So good. Thawed them just right. Seared them on both sides. And ate like a fucking king. They didn't make it out of the kitchen. I ate them out of the bowl before I even left the kitchen because they were just that good. God, they were just that good. But okay. I don't need Indian food tonight. Calorie-wise, I'm fine. Let's get this shit going, though. So, yeah, if we think about it, send templated email. See, so here it's Mustache, not Mustache EX. I don't think Mustache EX exists. I think that was a hallucination. Scrambled be tempting? Yeah, technically. I could do scrambled or like a fried egg. Probably like over easy, but like crispy on the edges. And then like you mash the yolk and spread the yolk around. I love me a good fried egg. I don't have the kitchen in a place to do a fried egg yet. Scrambled's easy. You can do that anywhere. You just throw the oil in, throw the egg in, keep mixing. That part's easy. To do a proper fried egg, I'd have to get the cast iron cleaned up better. I could do an omelet. Oh man, I bet those peppers are so done for though. I don't think I could do an omelet. Pretty sure those peppers are so done for. And I have a wok. Waka waka. All right, so yeah, we don't have a logger set up either. We should set up a logger. We could just bring it in from Elixir Core. I typically just do io.puts. But this application, we'd want to do better, right? What if I wanted to use Sentry? We'd have to bring in the whole Sentry Elixir thing. Yeah, wrong language. No, and I get you there, Alan. What language did you do yours in? I'm curious. And in typical Monday fashion, the whiskeys are calling to me. In Rust, okay. Using tracing. Like in a Rust library called tracing? Okay. Is it Tokyo tracing or just like core tracing? If there's even a difference, I have no idea. The top one. Okay. Tokyo! I'm like, yeah, no, Doru. Right? They might be the same. Oh, I could see that at some point. Right? Tokyo's tracing getting mixed into core. I could see that. It takes a while to figure out. Yeah. I like the more straightforward ones where you just attach like a transport mechanism. Right? So it's the same like tracing library. You just attach a transport depending on the environment that you're building in. Problem solved. I think Winston is one of those that really nails it in the TypeScript, like JavaScript ecosystem. You just import Winston, do some stuff, and then you import the sub functions from it. Problem solved. Hmm. You're saying Tokyo is like extra in here somewhere? Wait, Doru, you're saying tracing is extra and not Tokyo tracing? There's no way Tokyo tracing is more low level. No, it seems to me like it's the same thing. They got the same logo. All right, so tracing subscriber, Tokyo. Okay. Shave the yak. Ooh, solid documentation. Good job, Rust. Oh, good job, Rust. Fucking nailed it. All right, so in the meantime, though, I'm gonna do this. IO dot, what is it? Puts. There you go, Super Maven. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, so where's the other logger BS that we'll just do some IO dot puts for? I just don't feel like solving this problem right now. To do, implement better logger. Yeah, I mean, we'll throw it into linear. Someone asked what like to-do tracker I'm using. That's linear for sure. That's on the backlog. Emoji support in the logger. You're trying to make one? Nah, dude, I'm just gonna use fucking Sentry or some wrapper around it. I'm not trying to make shit. It's not worth your energy, dude. There are libraries for this stuff. Like Elixir ships with a logger that has transports that you can wire up. I just don't feel like looking into that right now because it doesn't matter. Oh, what you mean is a task manager app? Oh, you mean something like linear? Dude, no. I agree it's fun to build a thing like that. You got to have a really good reason why what you're doing is better than what exists, in my opinion. Sniff Griff. Oh my god. Yeah, Griff stack. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Send Griff, sniff Griff. You just started to see how web dev feels in Rust, and it's totally doable if you do it from just an API perspective. The moment you go deeper than an API and you're trying to do full stack stuff, it gets a little rough. Yeah, we could add another F just to not get sued. Yeah, we'd call it home griff. Pull down the latest beanie. So Nerdman, you're probably talking about shit. I'm spacing on the name. Shit. Tori, that's it. Yes, thank you, Alan. I wanted to get it without help, but you got there. Yeah, no, Tori is what you're talking about there, Nerdman. I've played with it just a little bit. I don't build desktop applications much. I think they're actually an anti-pattern when the web is so powerful. There are very few apps I would want to build as a desktop app at this point. Now that we have things like OPFS and all the other like awesome web stuff that's available. Nah, man. All right, so here's one thing. Template name. Yeah, the web is a superpower. It's really nice. Dude, this thing's totally wrong. Just so wrong. All right, so what we want to do is I want to expose a constant in Elixir. I'd love to get some type safety around the name, right? Like the template name that we pass to this thing. If not at the function level, right? Like I could call Messijo dot mailer templates dot thing or dot get thing. We could expose a function that it just, right? Like a module that has functions for each template. And then we're good. How do we feel about that? I feel like that feels okay. Hmm. Problem is, like, pretty much nothing will give us auto completion. Honestly, modules are so lightweight that it shouldn't be that big a deal, right? So let's go look at it, right? Griff SB. There you go. And yeah, Super Maven's just blowing it on this stuff. Okay, so I think I like that. I feel like we're at a good moment. And this is the end of the album. Let me get another one started. But I think we're at a good moment. to pick this back up tomorrow, right? Like, we've written the boilerplate we care about. Not that part. But as far as, like, the email boilerplate that we need, we got it there. And then we'll figure out the places that we want to actually send these tomorrow, and then we'll verify that. Because I do need food in my belly. I do need food in the belly, for sure. Scrambled eggs. They're going to be delicious. Yeah, this is a good point to pick back up tomorrow. Yeah, we were making decisions. We were figuring it out. We did some other stuff earlier today, too. Red Wizard, this is orange. Are you saying, like, the redness of my nose because of some stopped up pore? But yeah, no, don't want to get too hungry. Like, and I am hungry. I didn't consume enough calories yesterday, probably, because I'm on a cut. It didn't reflect in my weight this morning, which is interesting. But, you know, if I continue to cut, I should see results. Old game reference. Oh, hold on. Oh, Red Wizard needs food. Yeah, okay. Are you talking about Gauntlet Legends, the arcade game, like the 3D version, or are you talking like the old version? And Laravel Nightwatch. What is Laravel Nightwatch? It's a monitoring platform. Oh. Dude, yeah, they're like filling out every little fucking niche of the ecosystem, aren't they? They're going after a Sentry. They're going after everything, right? I'm going to build out Walter, and then they're going to have Walter. They're going to have Laravel Walter, aren't they? They do have Walter? Laravel Spark? Really? Subscription plans. Okay, yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's similar. I don't know if it's the exact same, but touche. Yeah, I think it's just for Stripe, though, right? Like, it's like purely a wraparound Stripe. I could be wrong. $99 per project. How often does that get billed? Yeah, Paddle, Stripe, Laravel. Yeah, I want to support more than that because I don't even want to, like, care about how you're doing that. But I get it. Yeah, Paddle wasn't the one I was thinking of. What's the other one? Polar. I would be surprised if Laravel Spark is not considering Polar here soon. Because Polar is like the legitimate Stripe competitor at this point. One time per project. Oh, there you go, Talented. Now that makes sense. I get it. And yeah, at like a per project level, they're still getting you because, you know, how quickly you're going to need to go beyond a single project. Like, how many people are even going to launch, even if they do spend the 99? So yeah, no, there's value. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Yeah, the monetization scheme of Laravel's ecosystem is the most interesting part because so much of it isn't just like usage-based BS. But the people that barely use it but still pay for something are subsidizing the other people, much like the Apple ecosystem, right? Like the people that pay for an Apple developer license but never release a thing on their own. But okay, so yeah, we're at a good stopping point for today. Just to support. Yeah, no, and I get that. They're doing that too. Like that makes sense. I'm not hating on it. I'm just pointing it out. That's all. Oh, wait, is it Danny Stem's birthday? We're gonna go raid Danny Stem. We're gonna go raid Danny Stem. She kills it. She's doing some hardware stuff. It's also her birthday, so let's all wish her a happy birthday. And yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow. We're going to be hanging out. We got more stuff to do. We got to make sure the emails can actually deliver. We should probably wire up SMS stuff eventually. We don't have to do that just yet. We got to do the email thing first. Yeah, it was a super chill stream today. And realistically, if we can get all of these emails wired up, right? Over limit, batch notifications, all these, we're good. We want to start considering Slack notifications. I think I actually pivoted SMS to post MVP. So yeah, we got to actually do... Now we got to do the Slack thing first. Slack is like the most important integration. All right, so I'll be over on Gaming Stream for everyone curious. We are raiding into Danny. Oh, damn, it's ticking down.